Hello? Can you hear me? I sincerely apologize. The part of Mahali this evening will be played by a drowned rat. Yes, I've had to quickly jump through the shower, so I look positively dunked, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. How we doing? Welcome in. The tension. The tension. It's palpable. Ooh. Else with first place. Hi Pond, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. And Potate as well. Excuse me, double rate. Welcome in, everyone. How you doing? I literally just started Billy with second place. Well done. I literally just started. The timing. How'd you go? How was stream? Pond and Tammy Raid, welcome in. Hey Pond, how you doing? Welcome in, Pixie. Andrew, nice to meet you. Welcome in. Stream was fun. Glad to hear it. Yeah, let me... Apologies, I've just showered, so I look absolutely drenched. Don't mind me. Thank you for the follow, Andrew. Welcome to the Tavern. How you doing? How'd you go? Tampon raid. Let the record show that you redeemed an update. Okay, all right. It's official. Lock it in. Hi, Future. How you doing, bud? But yes, thank you for raiding in, guys. Welcome in. How you doing? Pond, glad to hear that the stream went well. What'd you get up to? What'd you do? I presume it was a co-streaming situation. Seems like it. What'd you get up to? Before I forget, I should mention, if you've got any work that you'd like to share, both of you, so like work in progresses, something from this stream specifically, previous works that you'd like to share, anything is on the table. If you've got any art that you'd like to share with everybody, I would love to see. Second of all, if you have to raid and run because you've got to desperately look after yourself, fully understand. No complaints on my part. Go get hydrated, eat, sleep, whatever you got to do. We can always catch up later. Okay. Look after yourself first and foremost. Yes, that's all the things. For those who haven't met me before, hi, I'm Mahali. I'm drowned at the moment, don't mind me. I'm a fantasy illustrator, so I do scenes, landscapes, creatures, characters, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, welcome in. Doing well enough. Got your very real 3DS set up with some OBS plugin sorcery. Ah, I see. Very real. No, I'm picking up what you're putting down. You want to share art? Yeah, please do. Please do. Stream was fun. It's Tammy's first time playing Zelda, and you're being the Peanut Gallery. Excellent. And you played Lapin earlier, which is a platformer with bunnies. Cute. Incredibly cute. First time playing Zelda. Which Zelda did you pick? Wait, maybe it was with the stream message. A Link to the Past. Okay. A good one to pick. A Link to the Past and A Link Between Worlds are both very, very treasured games for me specifically. Link to the Past because they already played Tunic, which was inspired by. Hey, there you go, boom. Right, so you actually got to try the grandparent. Yeah, fair. Let's have a look. Ooh. Hell yes. Excuse me? This is sick. Thank you for the massive login message down the bottom. Let's try and... Yeah, there we go. That's so good. I like a lot. We've been discussing card art for a little while now here. So seeing a rendition of like traditional deck of cards 52 with custom art is very cool. Very, 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 very cool. I like a lot. The Ace of Hearts. Beautiful. I like the fact that you've gone with quite a harmonious palette for it. So like even the shadows themselves have like a maroon tinge to them. So it all just kind of sings together. And then the one thing that you haven't made pink or red or maroon or anything like that is the face and the hands. So it means that you've got a strong sense of the character, but then the rest of it like blends in together really, really, really well. I like. Really well done. I like a lot. Andrew has never looked better. Was this based on Andrew? Pon helped you get to the ancestor of tuning. Hell yeah. Yeah. So you can, you know, dive into the past a little bit, so to speak. Link to the past, I could say. Instantly made that your wallpaper when Temmie sent it. Was it a commission? That's heckin' cool. For the criticism? No. Sorry, I didn't mean it as a critique per se. I was appreciating. Wasn't a commission. Just wanted to draw Andrew. Hell yes, that's awesome. That's heckin' sick. Meant compliment? Yes, I very much so compliment. Very, very, very much so compliment. I didn't mean to like break apart your work and have a look at its guts. That wasn't my intention. I was observing. But yes, if you've got to look after yourselves, go grab water, snack, sleep, whatever you need. But in the meantime, we've only just started stream, so I should probably introduce what we're doing today. You take criticism too? Oh, sure. I'll know that for next time. I think your shade of pink was slightly off. Absolute garbage feedback. In terms of what we're doing today, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, today's Thursday, we do study streams with the intention of improving as artists. So if you like the idea of being in the company of other people doing their homework, now is the best time to get out any work that you've got on the back burner or any practice that you've been holding off for a while, taking up. Now would be the time to do it. Critique applies. Yeah, critique applies instead of criticism. Yep. As a little recap for what happened yesterday, for those who missed it, we received our first bit of... Welcome in, Shiny. How you doing, bud? We received our first bit of mail to the tavern. Specifically, somebody sent a piece of mail here to the tavern. It was a mystery package that contained a riddle of sorts. I was told via this riddle that there are going to be 3 packages in total. That was the first. And I subsequently would have 3 opportunities to guess what was in the boxes that I opened up. And then they gave us this clue. I've been loving the variety streams, so I got you some more frames, capital F. Enough to play all your favorite games. Hopefully. We guessed glasses, thinking that it was like a play on glasses frames and that I could play all of my video games using these new glasses, whatever. No, it was not glasses. It was an old GPU that is now sitting in the background in my bookshelf. So we have failed the first challenge. We have 2 more to go before terrible, terrible things presumably will happen. So look forward to the second package next month. The other thing that we worked on yesterday was a keyframe as part of an animation that we're doing for the intro to stream. So we're doing a little bit of an Avatar The Last Airbender, like all of the elements lived in harmony, but everything changed when the Fire Nation, only the Avatar, Master of all, like the sweeping, going through the world, explaining and introducing things. So we worked on this image. It's a little bit different to maybe those who saw it yesterday because I messed with it a lot after stream, after I'd stopped yapping. So this is the picture of the Daybreak Drylands, which is the desert that is above us here in the Tavern. The Tavern exists in an underground forest. This place is above our heads. So this is going to be an establishing shot that I'm pretty happy with how it's looking. A couple more things that I want to add, but otherwise, no, it's on its way to completion, I think. Yeah. This is pretty. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. So I've got, this is the establishing shot for the Daybreak. Then we've got this is the planet that we live on, which is Brink. We've got the Tavern itself. So we've got a few of the main frames done and dusted, but a little bit to go still. A little bit to go. A GPU is quite an unpredictable pick. That's what I said, but I was positively surprised. I wasn't expecting something so out of left field. So it means that the next clue is going to be interesting, because I'm going to have that piece of information sort of floating in the back of my head, like it could be a GPU, you know. So yes, in terms of what I want to study today, I've been doing a lot of photo studies recently. If I can bring up a couple of those. This is the one that we did last week. This is the one that we did this week. But today in particular, I'm going to sort of dart off to the side, a little bit of a bait and switch. I've seen something online, a bit of like an art hacks. I've seen an art hacks online that I want to give a go, because I don't know if it works unless I try it, right? So I want to attempt something. We'll see how it pans out. I'm excited. If it's going atrociously, we can always pivot to to another photo reference. But yeah, that's all the intro. Absolute mouthful. Okay, let's get started. Pivot! Pivot! The premise for... The premise for that little burp. The premise for this study is elevation. So we've been practicing a bit of perspective lately, like with the last couple of pieces, very much so the intention was set out a little bit of a path for ourselves and then try and stick to the perspective that's established. Good luck with, may the art gods not smite me today. Yeah, oh, please, please no. So we've been sticking with perspective as of late, but now I want to try perspective with shifting elevation. And I've seen a little nifty trick and I want to see if it works. Things are looking good enough from previous... Thank you. Yeah, things are looking good though from previous... Thank you. No, I appreciate very much. Thank you. Hi Davey, how you doing, bud? I'm just saying that... So with previous studies, we've worked on perspective almost exclusively. Now I want to shift to perspective with shifting elevation. I've seen a nifty like life hacks online to do with elevation, and I want to give it a go. If it works, sweet, another tool in the tool belt, and we can go forth with confidence. If it doesn't work, is what it is, but we've tried it. Doing all right? How am I going? I'm doing... okay. I'm stressing about tomorrow. It's going to be an incredibly early start. I think I need to be up at 6 a.m. I need to be up at 6 a.m. to catch the morning flight that I'm on. So I have zero trust in the fact that I can get up that early at the moment. So instead, what I've done is I've kind of intentionally flipped my sleep schedule over the last couple of days. So I'm just going to be staying awake until then, get on the plane, blah, no problem. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, interested in this? Yeah, me too, because it's something that I always struggle with. So we'll see if it works. So, first things first. Sleep on the plane. Yes, that's the goal, is absolutely tucker myself out. Get on the flight. sleep for the entire duration, because that's like 2-3 hours of sleep. It's not bad. And then when I get to the other side, yeah, I'm only functioning on like 2 to 3 hours of sleep, but I have slept somewhat, and then I can stay awake through to the evening and then flip it over again. It's a whole, like it's an Ocean's 11 style plan, but I reckon we've got this. I reckon it'll work. Rapid flip. Yes. Yep. I have more trust in that process than I do in my ability to just wake up at 6 a.m. Okay. All right. The first step in this elevation plan is establish a grid. So, how are we going to do that? I want to do that by slanting the horizon a little bit, picking one vanishing point, picking a second vanishing point, and then crisscrossing them. So let's do that. There are more efficient ways of doing this, but right now I'm not in the market for efficiency. I'm in the market for learning. This is how 2-point perspective works, just in general. So if you're wondering how to just, like for example, if you wanted to have a building in this scene, you would, I'll start with the grid and then I can explain. I saw that you were streaming before, Davey. Sorry, I was asleep. I was asleep because of my previous explanation. How'd you go? Did you have fun? My first thought when I saw this technique was, well, this surely would take a while. Could I not just intuit a perspective for changed elevation? And then I remembered how much trouble I have with intuiting anything perspective related. It's good to have techniques like this. If it works. If it doesn't work, it's garbage. Center scenario of a 3DS in action for breakdown. Oh, yes, please. While I'm setting up the second side of the grid, the second half, I'll quickly try and explain what I'll be doing. The way that this works is it establishes the grid, then you identify all of the crossover points and you draw what the elevation is for each of those crossover points. I'll show you in a second, but it essentially just looks like a vertical line going directly up from where the axis is. And if you just go through and do that for all of the crossovers, you end up with a topographical 3D map. Because then you connect the peaks of all of the different raised points. It's a lot of work, I will admit. I'm very much so one who enjoys just getting stuck into it. But if it takes me, you know, like 30 minutes to an hour to do this for a painting that I'm going to be working on for 20 hours, 30 hours, whatever it happens to be, then like, Dodoy, it's going to save me so much time. Because then a good chunk of that time that would be sat there umming and ahhing about like, oh, is my perspective okay? Does it look like the thing that I want to communicate? That's no longer wasted time. So it can be, I mean, I was saying that I'm not too concerned about efficiency for this exercise, but I mean, if doing this exercise then leads to efficiency, I'm a happy Mahali. One thing that's very important with very real Nintendo handhelds is to make sure you frame limit the program, because if you somehow get a hold of one that has a high FP, oh my god, stuck on Nintendo, Nintendo might notice and slap you on the wrist. So you need to make sure that it's an authentic, real one. Yep, no, that makes sense. Just replying to a message. Drawing is coming along well, getting closer to the end, fortunately. Nice. If you've got VODs available, I might quickly jump into VOD to see how you're coming along. Hello, friends in low places. There were so many of us who immediately jumped in. See you losers. Yeah, there you go. I think the first 4 rolls of the stream had 3 pit enjoyers. Okay, now that we have our grid, what do we want to do? In terms of a scene, I'm thinking something along the lines of a large mountain in the distance. Here, I'll do it on another layer so that we can kind of see what we're attempting. I'm thinking a large mountain or something in the distance, like here. Then I'm thinking a bit of large elevation through here. I want it to dip down into a pond here in the foreground, I think. So everywhere else needs to kind of head upwards from this little pond section here. Something like this. And then in terms of scale, let's have it so that one person is like this big. We can even have somebody on a boat or something in the pond. fishing. It doesn't need to be super good. It doesn't even need to be great. Flip that. It doesn't even need to be good, but this is a proof of concept. So our elevation is going to be at its lowest. Actually, if anything, in theory, we could even do reverse elevation into the pond. Yeah, that works. Okay. Okay. Let's drop that. Let's drop our devious plans down to about 10% opacity. Maybe a little bit more. 20% opacity. Cool, 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 cool. Make a new layer. Mark it with red. We are now going to go through and set up our elevation. We need to make sure that it's about perpendicular with our horizon line, so it's kind of slanted a little bit to the left. Chopping and outer bunch. Pain is starting to pulse again. Oof. Sorry, bud. I want the elevation to rise even in the foreground as well. So let's have that come up like this. Your manager video called you. They said to take the next 2 days off again. See how it is on Monday. Good. Good, 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 good. Not good that you require those 2 days, but good that they recognize that you do require those days. We want it to look relatively organic, so even where we have like sections that are increasing in elevation, we'll have them increasing at different rates. Enjoy your light, Kels. Food time? Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Again, just a reminder, this is a test. This is a test. I've seen a thing online. I'm testing it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's it. It's all good. If there are things that are salvageable, we'll salvage those things. If it just heckin' works all the way home run, we might adapt it into our process wholesale. We'll see. See how we go. I can feel where my brain is going. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. We would just jump to the next. No. We are practicing. What's here? Control, patience, discipline. All the buzzwords. What we want to do after we've got our elevation map sort of marked out with these little pins is we want to do the equivalent of draping a blanket over the top of them, because then we can kind of see how, almost like little tent poles, we can see where it sort of raises to. This is why you love Procreate. You can set this up in seconds. I'm sure you can set this up in CSP in a fraction of this time as well. But I'm not familiar with the process at all, so I'm getting stuck in with what I know, and then I can make the process more efficient afterwards if I like it. Hey, doing, Kessa? Not zooming in to do this is madness. Then consider me to be mad. Just wake up. Good morning. We're all mad here. Accurate statement. We're all in the pit here is also an accurate statement. Speak for yourself. Well, fair. We can't all roll 14s, you know? Sometimes people, not saying anyone in particular, sometimes people roll 5s, you know? Sometimes they roll 5s and they're happy that they rolled a 5 because it's better than the one that they rolled yesterday. Sometimes we can't all roll 12s. Sometimes it's impossible to do so. Checks out. Welcome. Welcome to the Coven of the Pit. I'm pleased to have another member. Okay. Let's start with these, and then as much as I was sitting here saying like, I'm not going to intuit anything, I'm going to intuit the rest of the horizon, because that, I mean, it's easy enough to do. It's easy enough to do. Okay. Hey, don't grenade. I'm going to increase this one a little bit. Somehow tired, but you slept for like 11 hours. Ooh. How am I? Yeah, I'm doing okay. I intentionally slept in a ton so that I can get up, so I can stay awake for 6 a.m. tomorrow. So I'm complicated. I'm in a complicated state at the moment. Hi Kiki, how you doing? Mountains in this economy? I know. I know. But we must think of the children, you know? The children, they yearn for the mines. And what are mines what's the word? What do mines require? Mountains. Mines require mountains, so we must build mountains so that the children can work in the mines. It is the only way. I could only think of precipitated. Absolutely not the word I was looking for. Predicated? Predicated. What are mines predicated on? Mountains. Big brain. Minds must be exactly. Who would I be to deny the children their minds? Okay, and then remember that these are below. Cool. What's going on? Hi Oda, how you doing? Good morning and or evening. We are currently working on an elevation map. I'm seeing if this process clicks with my brain. If I enjoy this process, if it's a case of like, yes, this is perfect, this is exactly what I need, I will adopt it wholesale into my landscaping. If it is kind of good, but I really hate the whole thing, like if I really hate going through this whole process, I'll see if there are alternate methods, which there probably are. They probably exist. But this is kind of the point of the study streams, right? Is so that I can figure out things. because I feel like my elevation has been lacking. It has been lacking as of late. So the only way to improve its stuff is to try. I can sit here in the mud, kicking my little feet, making splashes, and ho-humming about how much my elevation stinks, but the only way that I'm going to do anything about it is by attempting change. It looks complicated, but also interesting. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because I found something online earlier today, and I was like, huh, that might work. Because, funnily enough, the more convoluted it is, the more, the more likely I am to find it appealing. Those are the ups and downs of learning new things. These are the ups and downs of elevation. But yes, correct. Hi Phil, how you doing? Good morrow to you too. Indubitably. How fares you? The way that I anticipate this will play out is it'll give me a better sense of the space in 3 dimensions, so that when I start having to make lines, like actual lines, these are all guidelines, right? The mountainscape isn't going to be a bunch of orange. It could be, but it's not. By the time that I actually need to make markings on the canvas, I'm essentially giving myself all of the information. So that I can implement all of my tips and tricks that communicate things like dip and rise and all that jazz. If I have a good sense of the space, I can do all of that without any sort of hesitation, without having to figure it out on the fly. Or it doesn't work and I've spent a bunch of time drawing lines on a piece of paper, but that's fine. That's fine. I reassure myself it's completely fine because it communicates what works and what doesn't to me. Good. Sorting some strange UV anomalies on an old character. Now doing additional skins. Your anomalies, to clarify, user error on your part. Most of the time is. But good that you realise that, because it can be tough to try and convince yourself, like, I made a blunder. Good. Hi, nice. How you doing, bud? I hope that came through clearly. I wasn't talking to the microphone at all. Good morning. Hup. Hi, homie. How you doing? Doing good. Teasing Mears as a VIP should. Be gentle with him. What if someone builds a house in the way that's not aligned with my lights? Well, I'm glad that I've got the horizon then, because it allows for me to pick the alignment on the horizon instead, because that's what you do when you're when you're placing perspective. If this is your 2 points, you can place a like another set of guiding points on your horizon and be like, this thing is rotated this much, and it pivots the thing. You just draw guiding lines from the new 2 points and it pivots that much. So for example, as you can see, if I were to build a house here, it would be rotating this much from the guiding lines of the 2 other points. But generally speaking, if you've got 2 point perspective established, it's generally for like the key thing in the scene. Good question though. Just popping in before you go rollerblading. Cool. Like roller derby is something else entirely, right? That's with the flat wheels, and that's in a rink, as opposed to rollerblading, which tends to be like an outside sport, yeah? Roller derby is skate? Right, okay. Connecting the dots. Still going to a rink though, and it's flat. Ah, cool. Geometry? Yeah, simple geometry. Well, complicated geometry. How you doing, Field? What if the house is going to be built like tilted over Pisa? I'm not sure. At that point in time, there might be like there's probably a geometrical answer to it. My knee-jerk response is like, oh, that would just be like that would be an intuition thing. Like once you've got the foundation down, once you have like the foundation of the house, having it like tip over and stuff is just going to be like you just kind of intuit how it would feel, because it's more of an organic shape rather than structured. There probably is like a rule for it. I just don't know what it is. Saw something just like this on a TikTok the other day. Such a cool idea. Yes. Not a TikTok for me. I saw it on Instagram, but yes, I'm keen to see if it works for me. Because if it does work for me, hell yeah, you know. Just ordered some parts for the Cyberdeck D&D playtime model. Oh, sweet. What's the plan? So you want to put in physical switches, you said, right? Similar to like ATMs, where there are buttons on the sides that are designated to different parts of the screen. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. How you doing, Bottle? a very fun, unique way of setting out the perspective. Excited to see if it works for me. Yeah, me too, because perspective has been like my white whale for a while. And if I can figure out something like this that is fun for me, then hell yeah. You are AFK? You hit bottle? Got some toggle switches and the knobs handles for the drawers and a few cables. Sweet. Do you have everything now then? Is it, are you fully kitted out with everything that you need to get it to work? Where's everything need? You need to get some plywood for the front panel screen. Yeah, okay, fair. Posture check. How dare you keep me accountable? Fair. I was thumping like crazy. Would pick up. Sometimes I'm jealous of VTubers where they've got like a posture check, and somebody will randomly redeem it. They're like, oh yeah, no, well, fix my posture. There we go. I'm fully accountable for my actions. You can see if I'm still prawning afterwards. I can't be like, yep, no, fixed it, done, easy. Frick. Actions on full display. Bottle's keyboard is actually on fire. Is he typing out some things to you? Is that what the implication is? Oh, the new one. The new one. I remember now. Hell yeah. As soon as my chin touches the bottom of my camera frame, you know it's time. Steady. Steady. Ah! I'm getting a sense of the elevation. The orange isn't helping because it's incredibly bright. But I'll turn it dark after I've set it all out. The reason why I went for something bright was for contrast against the black, but I think I went a little bit overboard. Say la vie. 15, good lord. It doesn't spam extra letters for no reason. Ah, the best bit, isn't it? Sounds so creamy and amazing. Works perfectly. You're in heaven. Only downside is it's just ever so slightly different spacing for all the keys. So you're slightly... Sure, but like... This is something that you'll always acclimatize to over time. Hi Kai, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. What you up to? You can't see it below my desk, but I'm kicking my feet as I ask that question. Did you just hear say la vie? Oh, yeah. I mean, such is life. What can I say? Adjust very quickly, especially if you get riding a lot. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is get your reps in. Repetition is gonna lock it in pretty quick. You miss speaking French. I haven't spoken French in a very long time. When was the last time? Would have been 2010 was when I last actually learned French. How did the Saturday Subnautica go? Nearly finished the game, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon. I'm at a point where... Enjoy your lurk, nice. Cage cleaning time before the rebels. Guinea pig will... before the riot begins. Yeah, no, good luck. Go. Yes, I reckon we're towards the end of Subnautica now. Because we have... basically a cure for our illness at this point presented to us. We have the solution. It's just a case of getting the ingredients that we need. And then from there, need to figure out how to build a rocket, I guess. I got no clue, man. I'm just here for the ride. I presume it's a case of we'll get the next step after the cure. I don't know. Will you be successful? Hell yeah, with an 18. You're still kind of okay. Lost half your vocabulary. Sad. This is always the case. But the wonderful thing about learning languages is when you get stuck back into it, the vocabulary comes back to you pretty quick. It does come back to you very quickly. It doesn't take as long as when you initially learned it. It's like half the time or something to learn it all back. Your brother is excited for number 2 because he wants to play through it as a group. Sweet! How many, as a group, how many players can you have? You hope so? You just need to find an excuse to learn again. Like, if you're heading there on a trip or something, it can be a good fire under the butt moment to drop everything and pick it up again. Or you believe? Oh, homage. There you go. See? Full points. S has picked it up incredibly quickly. Don't want to lose it. You spent years learning it. Bonjour. Je m'appelle Michale. Ich liebe in Tavern. German. Comes out in early access on Game Pass tomorrow. Oh, sweet. I've said a few times that I probably won't touch it for quite some time, given that we're getting through the first one kind of as we speak. But after a bit of time has transpired, I'm super keen to give it a go. My name sounds Greek, like Michalis. Michalis. Ναι, με λένε Michalis. Το όνομά μου είναι Έλληνας. I am half Greek and my name is super Greek. Also decided to re-download Final Fantasy 15, play through it since you never finished it a decade ago. Hey, cool. I fell off the bandwagon around, pardon me, around 13 13 was just not my cup of tea. I've heard that they've gotten better since, but I've never really liked Squeenix's obsession with more and more realistic graphics. I don't find them compelling. So I've been more obsessed since with things like Octopath Traveler that do something really bold. Not to say that there's anything wrong with the Final Fantasy series. Far from. It's just not for me. Kalimera, τι κάνεις? Ναι, καλά είμαι. Ευχαριστώ για το ρώτησα. No, you're fine, you're fine. Amazing language. It's fun. I enjoy the mouth sounds. Although I say that, I think German is the most amount of fun that I've had with the language. It's so fun. It's so guttural. I love it so much. Love the repre. It's yeah, yep. Any of the throat noises are just tasty. You think they pulled back on it or something? To be fair, but don't know why companies are so tone deaf with their AI first approach and then annoying their customer base. That's the thing, right? Is like nobody's asking for it. Yeah, is what it is. Yarn Supplier recently made a big post glazing AI, seeing how they love using it, and now you have to find your yarn elsewhere. Because that's the thing, right? Is you can't trust that the product isn't going to be sort of poo-poo moving forward. Oh, when they say popo, amazing sound. Speaking of amazing things, I need to go on an amazing break. It's been an hour and 9 minutes. I'm over by 9 minutes. I need to go take a break because it's been an hour. I recommend that you do the same. If you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around, grab some water, grab a snack. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads while I'm away so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls. I'll see you soon. Gabby. Hi, hi. Did we take our break? Did we step away? Did we do stretches? Hobby is owned by a bunch of tech bros, so it's no surprise. Too bad cotton yarn wasn't easy to find in physical stores here. Got lots of Donegal tweed and wools, but you only really use cotton. Yeah. Yeah, no, it sucks. It sucks when, like, monopolies exist. It doesn't sound like a monopoly via sort of them pushing other people out of the market, but it does seem like a monopoly in terms of the fact that they're the only ones kind of capable of providing. Love out of context clips. All right, let's see. Let's see how bad it is. Let's see how bad it is. Here we go. Yep. Any of the throat noises are just tasty. Why do I have the English language? Why am I allowed to speak words? Hobby just have the cheapest cotton that's decent quality that you can find, so you'll just have to take a further financial. Yeah, out of context as hell. Yes, that's what I'll be screaming to the police as I'm thrown into the back of the cop car. Words bad. Say no to words. That's what I'm saying. To bring us joy, yeah, I suppose. at least I hope it's entertaining. Can one not enjoy succulent English vocabulary? This is democracy manifest. You dare touch my vocabulary? Get your hands off my vocabulary. Okay, so the immediate topography has been sorted, more or less. I've been doing a little bit of cheatsy doodles with some shortcuts and stuff, but that's fine. It was only ever about the immediate topography anyway. So let's make the original layer more transparent. We'll grab this layer, we'll darken it considerably. Okay, and then the next thing to do is slide on white. I think lighting is the next step, right? Let's say that the light comes from this direction. Boom. So it means that we'll have lovely shadows through here. I've just picked up on where we can maybe connect a couple more spots. There we are. Okay, we'll call this lighting. Pass. Make sure that our very loose draft is on top. But this is deliciously convoluted. You're so welcome. I said it from the start. We try, and if it's too convoluted, if it turns things into a mess, if it doesn't help, we don't use it. Second coffee, please and thank you. 1 sugar, splash of milk. Fur color. Delish. How do I take my tea? Usually straight. Like a I don't tend to water it down with milk or anything. It depends, though. No sugar, no honey, no nothing. It's usually just straight tea. Okay. If it's chai, plenty of milk and sugar. If it's black, just 1 milk and sugar. If it's herbal, nothing. No, even with black and chai, I don't tend to try with a bit of milk sometimes. It depends how I feel. Chai is just such a treat. Yeah, exactly. I might add like a little bit of cinnamon to chai or something, but nothing to like water it down. Usually. Try to name the 5 spices used in chai. I've got no clue. I anticipate cinnamon's one of them because it kind of has that feeling already. Actually, you know what? Correction. I can name all of them. Yummy, delicious, lovely, warm. Warm is one of them. And friendship. Friendship is the last spice. Cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger, allspice, and clove. Allspice is such a cheat answer though, right? Surely. It's like saying that you know when you're getting a bagel and one of the options is like the works or something? The works does not count as a topping. The works counts as all the toppings. Allspice is a unique spice derived from the dried berries of the Pimenta dioichea plant, native to the Caribbean and the Central America. It's often referred to as Jamaican pepper or pimento, and is known for its warm, sweet flavor that resembles a combined cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove. Right, so it's called allspice because it resembles. Yeah, okay, all right. Don't call it allspice then. Everything bagel seasoning is not a seasoning; it's a mixture of seasoning. See, that's what I'm talking about. It doesn't apply to allspice apparently because allspice cheats. So it's a distinct thing, but it's called allspice. Actually, you know what? Actually, hear me out. Maybe the nerdiest comparison that I can possibly make. The Allspark from Transformers is not all of the sparks in the world. It's just a power source called the Allspark. So it's the same. It's the same thing. Not to be combined with something like herb de providence. Yeah, like herb mixes and stuff do exist as well. Like the Italian mix or whatever. Favorite sauce is called saucy sauce. So true. Leave it to Mahali to compare a Jamaican spice to Transformers. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Does the metaphor fall apart? I don't think it does. Airtight. Watertight it is. Just dropping in to say hi. Hi, Terry. How you doing, bud? How's stream going? Yeah, good. I'm implementing an incredibly convoluted technique to see if it works. I've got no clue yet because we haven't entered the end game yet. But I mean, so far it's been fun. I've been enjoying myself. Whether it actually does something, we'll see. But hopefully it does. If it does, we will have a hack. Or a hacks spelled with an X for elevation. It'd be lovely if it does work. Hi Skull, how you doing, bud? How are you? How are you, Joey? Enjoying the art. It ain't art yet. Tavern, it's not art yet. You can't ask if you're enjoying the art. It's in the works. Here to show off your environment that you finished yesterday, that you're boosting. Got to get as much dopamine from a finished product as you can before the hire wears up. Yeah, please check it in the Discord. Yes, please. Partner, you just accepted to volunteer at a music fest. Volunteer at one yearly, but this is a new one you haven't done. And Angine de Poutine is headlining. That should be fun. New band in the polka dot masks. Oh yeah, the ones that make like alien and robotic noises and stuff. Hell yeah, that's awesome. That's sick. Let me know how you go. Am I enjoying the painstaking process of staring at a drawing that will 50-50 be either humiliation and a scare upon your self-worth or the best thing you've ever drawn? It's always fun. It's always fun to be at the precipice. I hate it. They're lovely live. It's on May 30th. Oh, sweet. So pretty shortly after I get back. Sick. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, please let me know how it goes. That's going to be super cool. Would love to see those guys. Wouldn't it be awesome? Well, that's kind of what I was talking about before. I can't claim that I was talking about this specifically before, but the Final Fantasy versus JRPGs that are trying something a bit different. I'm super keen to see creators that do something a little bit off the wall, you know? Do I go to concerts? Is that a thing for me? Very, very, very occasionally. I'll go to a concert every like once in 4 years or something. I'm usually bullied out of my hermit hole by somebody. They'll be like, come on, Riley, off we go. And then I get dragged. And I have a wonderful time. What was the last one that I went to? Let me look up the artist. Hania Rani, I think, was the last one that I went to. Hania Rani. Let me double check. Yeah, this was her. Really cool. Really cool. Spelled like this. Hania Rani. That. With that 14, you shall disappear into the shadows to play on your Game Boy. Enjoy, bud. Enjoy your luck. Grew up working in concert venues, going on tours, so you're a glutton for it. Last year you hit over 5,000 concerts. Nice. I did not assume that you visited more concerts than there were hours in the year. But that's super cool. That's awesome. What city am I even in? Don't think you've ever asked. I don't tend to talk about it on stream, but I can DM you. I can DM it to hit me with the question in DMs and I'll answer after stream or between breaks or something. Post it in Share Art. Sweet. I'll give it a look when I next take my break. Thank you for posting. Guys, if you want to check out Trashboat's latest piece. Check it out and share your art. You get that? Yeah. Yep. It's not that something that I... It's not something that I clamp down on. It's not like, oh no, it's been mentioned, you know, shut it all down, shut it all down. That's not the case. It's just, I don't advertise it. Hi Snow, how you doing? Welcome in, bud. It's been a while. Sorry, I kind of disappeared off the face of the earth for about a month. How you doing? Closest you've ever point people is about an hour from Toronto. Yep. You say it loudly so people are pre-warned as to how horrible of a person you are. One, that's a lie. But two, that is a very funny thought to be like, rugby tackle somebody in public. I warned you. Warned you I was in the area. Been MIA too for health reasons, but you're okay? Holding it together? Oh, sorry to hear, bud. I hope that you're on the mend now. How about me? Yeah, doing good. I have to head away for another 10 days tomorrow for my brother's wedding, but after that, home free, scot-free. I get to stream all I want, teehee. So I'm looking forward to attaining true freedom at the end of it all. Owning 3 companies isn't difficult to find you on the internet, but you're certainly not going to make it even easier for... Yeah, exactly. Like I have my PO box available on the Discord in the mailroom. Like that is a thing that you can look at and it tells you what city I live in. But like I don't talk about it, you know. My Minotaur is so cool. Thank you. I need to work on images like that more often, I think. Because, I mean, speaking of Achilles' heels, landscapes with subjects in them are some of my most difficult. Top layer pass. Okay. So, if we're going to do a pass, how's the water going to sit within this basin? How much does a PO box cost? It tends to be a yearly cost. And it depends on where you get it, how big the PO box is. Like you can get a small PO box for like maybe $100 a year. So in terms of like cost per week, it's like $2 a week. Yours is also yearly, about 120 USD for a full year. Yep. Let's add a little bit of a land feature, like so. Okay. Then keeping relatively simple. Were you thinking about getting on? It's a useful thing to have because it means that if when you send things out you need a return address. For example, I didn't want my home address on like the prints that I'm sending out, for example, or if I do stickers at some point, or whatever I happen to do, if I happen to do t-shirts or something. If I were to do stuff that I have in my shop, I don't want my return address to be where I live. So the PO box gives me something to point to, which is incredibly helpful. Would happily give out your address, just that in the hopes that somebody someday some random chatter shows up, and the entire final scene from Catfish plays out. I like the idea of you having on-hand suspense music that you can start playing on a Spotify, like little Bluetooth speaker or something. If anyone is familiar with RuneScape, but you're the only horrible Slayer task right now, and you want to die, it's so lame. You're on a really horrible Slayer task right now. I'm not familiar with, I'm generally familiar with classic RuneScape in the sense that I know what it looks like and kind of how it plays, but no, I'm not familiar with Slayers. You daydream about burglars entering the house, you finally letting the rage out. No, that's very funny. It's it reminds me of, does anyone else remember back in the day when you thought to yourself, like, I'm not very fast, but if I was allowed to take my shoes off, I would be unleashed. I'd be faster than anybody in the world. And it's true. If I removed my shoes at any point in time, the Flash. I'd become the Flash. Fastest man alive. Weirdly poignant old man who can do talking head interviews, gives the most impactful statements. So I bet incredibly tense montage. He died as he lived, being attacked by people. Slayer is a skill. Master assigns you a certain number of creatures of a type to kill for. Monster loot table is unkind and the kills are slow AF. Right, so it's kind of like a hunter task where you'll okay. Similar to like a Hollow Knight where you get given the hunter's journal and you have to go through and like kill one of every type. You need your wee shoesies. Your ankles are too hypermobile. Of course. I think it was less to do with the practicality of it and more to do with that feeling of, well, I've never really been allowed to run around with my shoes off. So I just assumed that I'd be unburdened at that point. Slayer's been around since like 2005. Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. I would have seen it as a thing in the video game, but I was so young back then and didn't play it enough to really get a sense of what I was actually doing. Instead, it was just like, chopping down trees and mining nodes. Killing cows, making leather. Like a modern MMORPG quest where they sent like 10 boars or whatever, but these tasks usually have like 40 plus. 40 plus, excuse me? That's horrendous. What sort of surface would it be on? Like wooden floors? Like no. More like grass outside. Your guess was perfect. Looked it up and came out in 2005. Some tasks give you like 200 kills. Well, there you go. Boom. 200 is insane. You can see the value in what I'm doing. Might just apply nicely. Looks good. Well, that's the thing, right? Is I can see the merit. I just don't know if it pans out until I fully commit, you know? And then I can make all of the judgment calls after that. But at the very least, I did it my way. I can kind of claim that I committed to it, you know? Can guarantee outside on the ground it would just hurt because you remember having to run out in your socks to go get your dog years ago because you ran off to the neighbor's house. Right, okay, so you've, similar to what I'm doing now, you've crunched the numbers, you've done the tests. To see where it's trying to go, it's cool. Yeah. Now it's just down to execution, I think, on my part. We'll see how we go. I kind of need to decide what the landscape's going to be in the moment, but once I've decided, oh boy, nothing's going to hold me back. I think we can go with, what, like a dry... Yeah. I've got a general idea of what I want to do. You getting Japan vibes from this? Yeah, kinda. The the red sun is not helping, but getting there. I cowardly hate him, but welcome in. It is very like band cover art or band t-shirt or like cover of an edgy manga or something. Yeah, no, I can see it. Just to manage your expectations, cowardly. Even if you roll a natural 20, mod powers are not distributed via luck rolls. Apologies. How's the GPU coming along? It's sitting very nicely in the background. I feel this would be a good album cover for a bossa nova soundtrack. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Such a good song. I haven't heard. I'm very what's the word? I'm stuck within my own little realm when it comes to music. There are so many really well-known songs that I just didn't listen to. Same with movies, actually. What have you missed? No, not much. Just yapping. Welcome back in. How you doing? It's a classic. It's Soundgarden. I think not to lean on the Discord too much, but we do have a conversation in the Discord that's just like songs that I recommend or whatever, something along those lines. That might be a good spot. If you've got any recommendations for me, I make sure to go through and listen to everything that's put in there. So if there's something that I must be on top of, if it goes in there, it'll get listened to. Am I building a cityscape or surrounding the pit? No. This is literally just practice. This is me seeing a technique online, going, that could work, and testing it out. If it works, hey, hell yeah. But if it doesn't, then I've given it a go. In terms of things that I've done for the Tavern recently, yesterday we worked on a bit of a desert-scape that exists above our heads because we're in an underground forest where we are down in the Tavern. This is above the forest. You're the same with movies, but music is your entire personality, so you try not to clog that channel because you have so many recommendations. Clog away is a terrible thing to say, but post away. I'll do my best to keep up with it. A legend for doing that. It's there for a reason, right? Oh, really? Yeah, no, I will. I'm very open to trying different genres as well. Apart from country. It's not true. I'll happily listen to country as well, but yeah, no, I'm down to clown. You've seen this technique on your page. Looks really fascinating. That's the thing, is I was interested. I was interested in giving it a go. So if you roll a natural 20, would I play Fistful of Frags? No. Like natural 20s are just there for like RP. I'm not compelled to change my actions based on the outcomes. Hi Miz, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. How'd you go? Got something you can meet me in the middle with? Ever heard of Ensiferum? No, I'm not. How you doing, Miss? How's stream? Here, let me jump over to this screen. How you doing? Welcome in. How was Stalker? How'd you go? You'll post a song, you'll love it? Okay. Yeah, try me. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to jump in tonight. You're gonna say it doesn't matter, but I'm sorry for not being able to drop in earlier, Ms. I'm needing to get up early to get on a plane at like 6 a.m. tomorrow. So I've intentionally flipped my sleep around so that like I just woke up before stream a couple of hours ago. So my sleep is royally cooked on purpose so that I can stay up so that I can catch my plane on time tomorrow. So I was very tragically asleep when you started streaming, but I hope you did well. I hope you had a good time. You got stalked, shot some dudes shot at you. It was a grand old time, and you will come again. Thank you. The usual. If you've got any work that you'd like to share with everybody, I would love to see. But also at the same time, if you got to bounce, no problem too. Look after yourself. Ms. Raid, welcome in. Hi Aiden. Hi Nice. How you doing, buds? Honestly, this year, the new Ryan Gosling movie, Hail Mary, is so good. Yes, Hail Mary is very good. I can vouch for that. I really, really, really enjoyed it. I will preface it, because I always have to preface everything that I say. It didn't break new ground in the sense that I wasn't blown away by like twists and turns. The storytelling didn't feel like breathtaking, but the actual story itself was really good, and I really, really enjoyed the characters. I enjoyed like the style of the writing. I didn't get that sense of roboticness from it, you know, like it flowed really, really well. I had a good time. You watched it twice in cinema. It's good. It's very funny. I mean, Ryan Gosling is always a good time, but I didn't expect his ability to riff off of a little rock guy to flow so well. That was really, really, really well done. I know what this is. Open my own peril. You warned me. Yeah, a couple of days ago. You warned me. I know. You know that I know exactly what it is, and yes, I will open it at my own peril. And yeah, there it is. Yeah, thank you. I'm not beating the allegations of me being like Thumbelina sized. It just, I swears I'm a real boy, but no, glorious. I'm flattered, always and forever. Thank you. Guys, if you don't follow Miz, what are you doing? Go. Like, literally, just click on his name. It's right there. It's in chat. Just click on it. Follow button. You're in for a good time. Horror games, if you enjoy horror games, like creepy eldritch art, which is just phenomenal, breathtaking every time. I thoroughly enjoy all of my time spent at Miz's house. So all I can do is compel you to do it as well. The Michael Jackson biopic was really good too. Yeah, my mum went to watch it a couple of days ago, and she highly recommended it as well. I should play more horror games too. I'm playing Subnautica as we speak. Well, not as we speak, but I'm playing Subnautica at the moment, and that's the most horrifying game that exists. Play Outlast after. I've played Outlast before. It's fine. Outlast, I don't know. It gives me like schlocky horror feels. My preference is more of like an Amnesia style of horror game, as opposed to like the like saying all of the swear words kinds of horror games, you know? Like where you can tell where they're like, this isn't your grandpappy's version of horror. We break all the rules. We're gonna have naked people. We're gonna have cults. We're gonna and just, it's fine. It's just not my speed. Second one is 1,000 times better, by the way. Okay, fair. Adorable. You do need to fade quickly, as you need food, and your body will not take no for it. No, go. Sort out food. Thanks for raiding, bud. Always appreciated. Rest well. The reason why Subnautica was an appealing horror game to play for me is because it's not too rough and tumble. Like, even though it is a version of horror, and yes, I am terrified, it doesn't put people off. It's not that kind of horror. And especially given that the Tavern is a cozy place. If I'm going to play horror stuff, I'd prefer it to be like a cozier version of horror, you know? It's a strange concept to try and verbalize, but I'm doing my best. Like, if I were to play a blood and guts horror game, I think it wouldn't feel good within the tavern. Me in my own time, maybe, but no, not hosted here. Ooh, congratulations on your first check-in, Oda. Does that make sense? Am I making sense, or am I sort of like gesturing at ghosts? Completely nuts? Damn it. Got me? Yeah, okay. Let me know if I need to extrapolate on anything. Hi Katja, how you doing, bud? Tavern is for drunk barbarians. Don't want no herbalers, whiz lords here stanking up the place. Got it. Yeah, no, that's what I said. That's what I said. Just dropping in to say hi. Hi, bud. Do what you gotta do, but make sure that you take time for yourself as well. You have a day off, so Crimson. Yeah, go. Well, perfect. Exactly what I was gonna say. Yes, go, enjoy. Glad to hear that you're taking a day off. Kisses and hugs in return. Guess I gotta go. You will say, as an ex-herbalist wizlord, the tavern is the vibe. Yeah, that's the hope. Is that we're a good time for those who want to have a chill time. For those, we were talking about Michael Bay explosions yesterday. For those who want Michael Bay explosions, maybe we're a little bit boring. Apologies, but not the vibe we're going for. Been wanting to cook so badly lately. Thought of making apple cinnamon rolls this Saturday. Well, that would be good. Why this Saturday in particular, or is it just you've got time? Pardon me. You need like zero stimulation from a stream? Trying to work, not build a farm? Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, we have our Michael Bay moments around here somewhat, sometimes, but that's not the norm. Would a cheesecake work as an icing for cinnamon rolls? Would cheesecake work as icing for cinnamon rolls? Ooh. I'm not sure. I mean, it sets, right? So maybe it's a case of, but it sets within a static thing. You'd need to partially set it, I think. You'd need to partially set it, and then you'd be able to put it into a piping bag, maybe? Mahali needs a minute is your favorite singer. Where I'm just dying of cringe or embarrassment, and I need to pop over to the side for a second, yeah. Self-inflicted always, but cream cheese could work. Cream cheese could work, yeah. It's usually just because you have the most free time on Saturdays. Yeah, no, fair. To specify, it's a no-bake cheesecake recipe. Ah, okay, sure. it's still, I'd imagine that you'd need to allow it to partially set, because a non-set cheesecake, completely whatever, is just liquid. It's just super liquid. Unless you're going for like a glaze, maybe. Put on the wizard hat and robe and rage bait sound effect. Yeah, true. In my defense, if you get rage baited by my genuine opinion, that's an on you thing, surely at that point, right? You cannot be rage baited. Now that sounds like a challenge. You know the game? Ah, heck. Self-aware Redditor. The most powerful of Redditors. You've posted the reference photo in the Discord. Yes, please. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Is that the first reference posted in the channel? We do need to put a little bit of a light across here. Same with across here. Same with across here. Hi, Seaberg. How you doing? Welcome in. We're trying something unique today, Seba. Have you seen there's a trend in the art social media space at the moment where you set the elevation by like putting together a grid first and then setting the elevation of all the different coordinates on the grid. So I'm giving it a go today to see if it works. It probably does. It'd always come down to execution on my part. But if I can't get it to execute, then it's probably something that doesn't work for me very well. Is a terrible way of saying it, actually, now that I think about it. Because nothing works flawlessly the first time you do it. Most of the time. So that's a terrible mentality to take into this, but still. I've been presented it as a life hack, so if it doesn't work like a life hack, then I will treat it as such. Also posted a video in the music conversation for Black Hole Sun. If I don't want to listen to, the reaction for it, then I'm absolutely free to just listen to the song itself. But you love the charismatic voice? Yeah, sure. Wait, so you posted a video of somebody reacting to the song for the first time? That'll be new. Using good anatomy doesn't work for me, so I just don't. So I just do bad anatomy to make it easier. That's why I clarified that this is presented to me as a life hack. If I'm presented this as this is a study method that you should use to improve at your landscaping or whatever, sure. At that point in time, you know, pull out the pickaxes, it's time to get to work. But this has been presented through the lens of, if you try this one thing, it makes everything easier the first time you do it. So that's the lens that I'm viewing it through. She's an opera singer and vocal coach. I think I know who you're referring to, because this is embarrassing to admit, I went through a period of time where I was absolutely obsessed with, and still am secretly, but just don't tell anyone, the K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack. And I went through and binged everybody like listening to the soundtrack for the first time. And I believe I know who you're talking about, because she also reacted to it. Yeah. Been working on landscape practice, so this is a really neat idea. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is I mostly do landscapes, but I haven't seen this done before, so I'm curious to give it a go. You just build it in 3D software because you're a combination of lazy and ambitious. Hey, no, that's completely fine. Like, I've seen that done, and that absolutely works. And I recommend it if it works for you. But I've tried it in the past, and building it in 3D just... I can't do it. I just can't do it. I get antsy. So I want to try doing it this way. In theory, I'd be able to apply this method to traditional as well, which is a cool thought. And my excuse. So that when I start my traditional streams, I can apply this kind of logic to landscapes that I do there as well. You watched it too. Her name is Elizabeth. I wouldn't be able to recognize from name. If you if you give me a still shot, like if I look at the thumbnail for the video, I'll be able to recognize immediately. Couldn't find the music section, so you just cried. Oh, sorry, Davey. It's buried in the Conversations channel. The Conversations channel acts like a forum where you have multiple posts within the one channel. And the music recommendations is one of the posts. It's my way of having my cake and eating it too, because we can have infinite channels, but keep the Discord still approachable. Adds in 1 minute. Really now? Really now? My thought was to make a sky, and I still can actually. I might keep this fog feeling, which I'm really liking. Make really big clouds. Well, if I'm doing fog, then I can't. Really big clouds is also tempting. Really big clouds are always fun. The Ghibli clouds, you know, the big ones. I could do big clouds. I could do big clouds. Drew one for the first time the other day. Ain't it fun? Ain't it so much fun? go too bad. Usually a really harsh critic on yourself. That's always nice when you give something a go and your immediate first thought isn't, this is terrible. It's nice to kind of build up your confidence a bit. And have fun living in the real world. You can't quote those song lyrics whilst we're in the tavern. I feel as though it's I don't know, a little bit too on the nose, surely. Speaking of self-awareness, I should take my break in a second. What if we take away this? What do we end up with? Okay, it's not the end of the world. It's giving me the elevation that I need. I need to go through and clean it up, obviously. But we have more interesting elevation than something that I would do if left to my own devices. Frick, that means it's technically doing the job. Okay, break time for real. I'm going to step away and do my stretches. I recommend that you do the same if you've been sat for the past hour. Get up, move around. Grab a glass of water, grab a snack if you're hungry. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls. I'll see you soon. BRB. Hi. Back a little bit early. Ooh, Trash Boat, if you can hear me. I really, really, really like the model. I really like it a lot. That's really, really, really well done. Welcome back, everyone. Hey, Don. How'd we go? Okay, going through and cleaning things up a little bit. I've ended up with more interesting topography. I think I've mentioned this before the break. This has given me more interesting topography than what I would intuitively do, which is promising. Obviously it looks a bit scuffed because this is kind of my first swing at it, but this has promise. Because a lot of my landscapes are quite simple. When you get down to the brass tacks of it all, there'll be like a single dip, you know? Whereas this has quite a bit of movement to it. This is looking a little doony. Cheeky little guy. Lud is in there, we're cooking. That's the thing, right? Usually for this degree of complexity, I would require almost going 1-to-1. 1-for-1? 1+1. I would have to go 1+1 with a reference image and essentially like copy the layout, which I don't like doing, so I don't end up doing it, and then my landscapes look quite simple. Whereas this has given me, I don't know, it's gone from me going, I like the idea of there being like this kind of dip and blah, 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 and then it's led to those playing out. Promising. Promising, promising, promising. And then once I've got this as a start, I can sit here rendering out like how the lighting would actually look. And then populate it with like trees and stuff. Yes, I like. Let's bring this back for a second. If I were to go through and start adding trees, what would that look like? Trees. 35 more kills and finally done. Oh, good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Which is better game in my opinion, Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask? Don't ask. Because now Davey's gonna look at me like, he's gonna say the thing. But it's true. My opinion's not gonna change. Yeah, see? My opinion's not gonna change just because it makes like... Yeah. Okay, so... In my opinion, Ocarina of Time is better because it doesn't have a frustrating timing mechanic. Anytime you put any sort of like stopwatch anything in a video game, I'm going to legitimately have a worse time with it because I don't like video games artificially cranking up the sense of like tension with urgency. I don't like games forcing urgency. I enjoy games thematically placing urgency. I like the feeling of, I need to quickly go do this task because that character's going to die otherwise, or like, I need to quickly do this task because the world's at stake. Like, when a game goes, do this task in 37 minutes because in 37 minutes the world's going to end, it feels artificial and lame, and I hate it. Yeah, exactly. There's enough of that in real life. That's what I'm saying. If I want to feel the tension and like go about the tasks in the way that I want with that tension looming over me, cool. Thematic tension, not a stopwatch tension. You only have 37 minutes to stop the moon from killing everyone. Exactly. It sucks, in my humble opinion, to be given... It just feels so mechanic-y, you know? Artificial. Do I want to fail, Andrew? Well, if you presented it to me as in 3 days the moon's gonna fall and crush everyone, and after I do certain tasks it progresses time, fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. As soon as you have like a literal actual timer on the screen going, oh, 2 more minutes until the moon falls, 2 more minutes. I hate it. I'm having a terrible time. Because then I don't get to make decisions anymore. It's like, well, I have to do the thing. Oh, I played that like slightly less optimally than I needed to. So I need to restart. It feels clunky. I don't like it. I don't like the feeling. Ocarina and Majora operate better as a pair, not separately. I could probably agree. I could probably agree with that. File my taxes in time, the game. Yes, that's kind of what it feels like. Hi, Shika. How you doing? You know what you think it is? Majora's Masks helped ADHD kids learn to plan their daily routines. I could see that. Like, there's a degree of like needing to plan out your actions in a way that maybe a conventional game wouldn't. Hi AJ, how you doing, bud? Welcome in. You want to go cook? Saturday. We've decided on it, right? Can still toast some, cut some apples with spices and put them in right over. There you go. There's a compromise. Something that doesn't take too long. Yeah, go for it. Welcome back, bud. How you doing? Plus, you're making fried chicken for dinner tonight. So you are cooking. What's the complaint then? You can't say, let me cook while you're active. You've already finished the dish. Well. Hi, Digi. How you doing, bud? Wifey just got you HJs? Yum. Thank you, wifey. Digi, I saw that you liked the same post that I looked at. So you'll know exactly what I'm doing. 11? You can't be upset with an 11. It's average. You have to have an average reception of it. Uncultured, true. You were gonna say, I know. I was. My first thought was, I have to try this. My second thought was, Digi's gonna be like, I seen that. You're fine. I want to try stuff. Let me cook. Yeah, no, like I want to be more experimental with my Tuesdays and Thursdays. You tried it a few days ago. How'd you find it? Cooking without gas? Yeah, very slowly. This is my method of cooking is just sort of leaving things out in the sun, and they eventually, the chemistry changes eventually. Couldn't really figure it out, but you weren't committed? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I lovingly quote Fuchs when I say, Mahali, this is fantastically convoluted. Went back to drawing hands. Hell yeah. Applying studying techniques to bring stuff, or is this a ref? No, this isn't a ref. This is just something that I don't have a reference document. I'm honest with these things. You know that if asked, I'll bring up whatever reference I'm using. I literally just started with, what was it? I started with a grid. I then plonked a couple of features on it. And then I've just kind of built up a thing. A likely story. He's on to me. Water, or going to be a sinkhole? Water. This is very cool. Thank you. I'm pleasantly surprised at how well it's coming together. Make dinner or eat ice cream? Well, what was each? So is a low roll ice cream or is a high roll ice cream? What are we talking? Could be Daybreak Drylands. Yeah, it could be. No, it definitely could be. Like, turn that into a sinkhole. Turn these into like more gangly trees. So more of like a this kind of business. We're looking at it at a Daybreak. No, we are. I do want to keep it removed though, just because I don't want there to be any pressure on this experiment. I want it to be a case of we give it a go, see what happens. If we're happy with it, cool. If we're not happy with it, cool. Guess you're making dinner? Yeah, fair. Ice cream was the high roll then. Have great news, Mahali. Your cheese protein bars arrived today. Oh, hell yeah. I was so excited. Let me know how they go, because legit, like, I'm not great with like the caramel whatever protein bars or whatever. A cheese flavored protein bar, I'm legitimately interested. Cooking is great. When did I ever say that it's not? All I wanted to do was to keep you on track. If you're saying that you can't afford to cook at the moment, and you have to wait until Saturday. Chili and some side. Yeah, no, that sounds yum. Half the price of those chocolate protein bars. Believe they have less calories too, and more calcium. Well, two birds, one stone. Calcium, exactly. Have cheese flavored protein bars. It's called cheese. Cheese does have protein in it. Oda, you've got me there. And I do, again, embarrassing to admit, but hey, I'm a Harley stream if I'm not embarrassing myself on camera. I do get those like string cheese sticks for children because they are like a relatively healthy snack. They're like, it's not a chocolate bar. It's not ice cream. It's not to throw anybody under the bus who is enjoying ice cream or a chocolate bar right now, but for me personally, who's trying to like cut down on that, it's a good alternate. Drink milk, kids. Yeah, true. It's good for your bones. Good healthy bones. Get out of here, bone keeper? I don't know what. Creepy graveyard janitor? Groundskeep? Cheese apparently has 35% more protein, 70% less fat than full cheddar cheese. There you go, boom. Hey, 2 1s. There you go. Double what you want. Hope you're doing well, blood. Hope you're doing well. Excuse me? Let's freaking go. What are you going to spend the 20 on? Am I looking forward to the flight? Do I fly well? Yeah, like I grew up flying a bit because anytime we wanted to visit the other half of the family, it's an 11-hour flight at least, like 11 to 14-hour flight. So I've grown up around planes-ish. So I fly okay. I'm naturally quite an anxious person, so yeah. Yep. I'm naturally quite an anxious person, so like I'm never going to be chill with anything. But I don't have like a phobia of flying. If anything, the thing that I just don't like the most is being locked in a chair for like 3 to 4 hours. You're liking the landscape already? Interesting to see the grid for the perspective. Yeah, because I usually don't use perspective grids. But I've seen this particular usage of a perspective grid used in social media stuff recently. I wanted to give it a go. I wanted to give it a go. It's not even me, like, I don't know. I usually don't lead into trends or anything, but it looks useful. So I wanna try it. Oh, you have as well. You've seen it as a trend online at the moment, did you? Hell yeah! What are the coincidences? Is the other half of the family on the moon? No, because like Australia is the most isolated place heckin' ever. And Greece is on the other side of the planet. So, I mean, at least it's not like a 21-hour flight if I wanted to go to the US or something. Still. Trendy as. What can I say? I buy trendy things. I have fidget spinners. I have... What's another trend? I have... Why can't I think of any trends? God, I'm not helping my case. I have Supreme. That was a trend to get Supreme fashion stuff, right? I have RGB lights. Thank you, Billy. Thank you. I appreciate it. The grid reminds you of working in 3D, seeing the X-ray of the model working. Yeah, yep. It seems to be kind of like inspired by that, which, hey, cool. Cool if it is. Beyblade's still cool. I legit actually have Beyblades for real though. Wait, jokes aside. So yeah, I'm kind of a trendsetter. Got Heelys? No. We did end up getting a pair of Heelys. The family got a pair of Heelys. I could not figure them out. I could not figure them out whatsoever. It looked so natural where kids would just kind of Heely around the place. I thought, oh, it's just a case of committing to it. No, it's a skill set. You have to develop it. I did not develop it. He learned it from you and you invented it. Wait, are you claiming that the thing that you gave up on after trying it, you invented? Yeah, okay, sure. No, I'll roll with you on this. The family Heelys passed from generation to generation. It passed from my older brother to me, so yeah, kinda. That's how generations work. It's the avatar cycle. Gave up on your invention. Happens all the time. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. How you doing, Josh, by the way? How'd you sleep, bud? So to fully answer your question, Fuge, I'm looking forward to it in the sense that I know that it's something that has to be done. So I'm looking forward to getting it over and done with. I don't think that's kind of how you meant it. But that's whatever. I can interpret things however I like. I'm looking forward to getting it out of the way. Because I'm honestly looking forward to when I get back. But yeah. So I suppose my answer is no. Shuvatar. Ooh, Shuvatar, the last shoe bender. The last lace bender? Yeah, we'll go with that. Ooh, pardon me. You made this? I made this. Wait. Burpees all over the place. I need to eventually start working on that mountain because at the moment it's sticking out like a big grayscale thumb. That's okay. Oh, somebody was just driving very fast. It's a strong thumb, true. Big as a house. No, bigger. spoken to their youths. I mean, it was very impressive. My immediate first thought was, I wish that was me. I wish I was Zuman. To try and emulate that feeling, I often run around with my arms outstretched like an aeroplane. If only I could afford a car that could go that fast, so therefore I wouldn't have to do that. What type of drawing tablet do I use? Tactical or digital? Digital. I started on tactical and moved. This is going to sound weird, but I find it to be true. I don't find that my tablet really plays much of a factor in what I do. I could imagine that if I had more emphasis on line work or something, maybe having something a bit more tactical would help with my accuracy of line and stuff like that. But because I'm very much so almost like finger painting with what I do, whatever the tablet is doesn't really play too much of a... It doesn't weigh itself on the scale too much. Tactile. Yes, sorry, tactile. Tactile is what? Yes. Yep. I mean, I do like the idea of a tactical tablet too. It has a bunch of pockets on it. If you unscrew the side of it, there's like a little shovel. You can pull out a little shovel from the side of the tablet. Also, the tablet is like the thickness of a brick as well, just in case you drop it. It's got a little flashlight on it. Oh my goodness. I think we're kind of cooking here, guys. Oh, it's camo. Yeah, camo painted. Yeah. Military grade tactical tablets. Yep. That's what I reckon. I mean, hey, if the military used like PlayStation 4s as part of their server build, give the troops drawing tablets. That's all I'm saying. What else could we have? There would be a loop. There'd be a wrist loop on it, obviously. What else do we reckon? Most Australian thing you know are fairy bread and Vegemite. Oh. There's a character in the anime / manga Bleach who, in their sword, they've got like in the pommel of their sword, they can unscrew the cap and there's a little salve in there that they can apply to wounds, and it like helps to cure, like seal the wound a little bit faster. I like the idea of there being some sort of unscrewable deposit that has just emergency Vegemite in it. I think that's wonderful. You got critique from a crazy good art man today. Found your portfolio very confusing with its rampant inconsistency. Oh no. Did they give you did he give you like actionables? Was it like a very tangible bit of critique? Everyone should have an emergency Vegemite. That's what I'm saying. Buy, Buy the tack pad today. Sounds pretty good. It's got a good ring to it. Looping back around to teaching people about Ned Kelly and the Great Emu War. Yeah, I mean, happens once a year. Why not today? People joke about the Emu War. No one ever questions why such a large country has so few people. I mean, it's for survival, right? Any larger of a population and we're essentially setting ourselves up to be hunted. Billions dead at the hands of those giant birds. It's is a quiet place. Everybody remember that movie? I think that, but with birds. How was foods, by the way, Kels? What'd you have? I'll be eating after stream, so I'm allowed to be hungry. I'm allowed to get hungry when hearing about other people's delicious food. I'll be satiating myself very soon. But what do you know? You're just a sheltered Canadian. It's a likely hypothesis. If it weren't for the fact that we are being hunted actively by the big birds. That makes it sound actually like we're being hunted by Big Bird from Sesame Street, which is also a fun thought. Just hanging out in art club. You were admiring his stuff, so you asked for help with your portfolio. And you went from there. With your portrait, he really just applied lighting to it, which is why he was confused when he saw your portfolio using lighting. Yeah, okay, no, I can see what you mean then, in the sense that it's like you know how to do it, you're just not applying it for some reason. No, that's fair. It can always be it can always be really good to hear actually that you've got the skill set. You just need to apply it consistently. That's why I try to stay away from pure intuition as much as I possibly can. Pure intuition does the job. It very much so does the job. But whenever I need to replicate the job, that's where pure intuition can kind of screw me over. Because I've got no idea how I ended up with a particular look. That's kind of why I specified the other day. I was chatting with... Who was I chatting with? Somebody. I can't remember. It's been a little while. I was chatting with someone the other day about the difference between like a work that I'm proud of versus a work that I think is my best. Because I'll have a piece of work that I ended up overachieving with, but I've got absolutely no idea why, you know? You said it's because you're afraid. Yeah, I can relate to that. That's fair. That's fair. Your minimum 75% intuition. It's not a good way to be. That's the thing, right? Because then if you want to do X, Y, or Z, you've got no way of like just doing it, you know? You have to essentially bumble your way back to the result. Sorry, not to say you. I'm you in the universal sense. I'm not pointing this at you. You have to sort of bumble your way back to the result that you want. Whereas I really, really, really want to be able to just perform, you know? So learning things like this might be slow. It might be slow. It might be tedious, whatever. But if I figure it out, if I crack it open, then this is a thing that I can replicate whenever I want. You'd say bumbling is something that I'm apt at, Mahali? Yeah, well, that's the problem. Is I bumble too much. I want to just perform. I'm jealous of good artists. Bumbler Supreme, exactly. Buck Bumble theme. Song starts kicking in your head. I'm not familiar with a Buck Bumble. Sounds like a name straight out of like a Banjo-Kazooie, maybe? Or a Conkers, perhaps? Mood, yeah. But here's the thing. Whenever I say I'm jealous of good artists, I know it's because they've grinded the fundamentals. I understand that. I'm not going I'm jealous of their intuition, because I've just spent the past 5 minutes saying that I don't want to build up my intuition. Just pure. I want to build up my understanding. You're hungry with urges of cooking a full buffet. Oh no, it's building. It's building to a breaking point. Jealous of artists who aren't complete hacks. Well, I'm glad to see that I don't have a target painted on my back. I don't feel your jealousy burning into my shoulders. For I am a self-identified absolute hack. Hi Slink, hey Dumper. 66 times, hell yeah. It's burning. See a doctor? Oh, good lord. What counts as an art hack? Look at any of my work. Did she jump again with both boots? Perfect. You've got options? Oh, pray tell. I don't think hacks exist in the truest sense. I think anybody presenting themselves as an expert, but not being an expert, that's who I would classify as being a hack, I think. So like myself. Beautiful example. I read that wrong. Did I? You've got opinions. Oh, right. That one dude that taped a banana to a wall. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, no, I'd classify that as a hack probably, actually, yeah. Good point. Tax fraud art is definitely, yeah. Yep. I need to get something from it, you know. Some sort of semblance of creativity. You classify yourself as a hack? Hell yeah. Welcome. Any person who splashes paint randomly on canvases and sells them for thousands of dollars. Now that's a sham. Here's where a bit of nuance comes in. I can see legitimacy in it if there's intent. If it's actually random by intent. No, but even then, if the intent is random, if it's supposed to communicate randomness, then even then I can kind of see it. I don't know. I don't place that much importance in like how much it sells for, as to whether or not it's art. Like it's not a case of, oh, if it gets too expensive for what it is, then it's not art anymore, you know, because like I see them as like two separate things. But if it's purely from a business-minded perspective, if it's just I'll chuck some paint on a canvas and then sell it, yeah, yeah, that's probably hack territory at that point. Artistry needs to exist in the art. If there's intention, if there's purpose, then me with your Matrix glasses opening Photoshop. The worst types of people you see are art critics who, but specifically that type of art critic. Yeah, the ones who tear apart but don't provide you with anything. And you can tell that it's just coming from a place of trying to prop themselves up. Completely agree. You believe people who have cut corners, like they don't have fundamentals, but then they coat their art in a bunch of heavy style or trace everything, stuff like that. Hacky. They don't really have the skills. Sure, but that's you looking for a particular set of skills. Play the mean. You're looking for conventional, traditional art fundamentals. I don't think they're required for good art. They are required for the kind of good art that you're looking for. That can be true. But I don't go around with a scalpel and like pick people's work apart and look for like a particular skill set for me to be able to call it good. When you're at the framing place that you framed an artwork that was 90% of a canvas painted off-white with some little blobs and squiggles. It was bad. It was home decor art and it sucked, but you could see what he was going for. And you were like playing with the idea of space within the canvas was doing something with composition, but it was effortless and painful to see selling. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is it can tinge your... Another natural 20, good lord. It can tinge your perspective as to whether or not you deem it to be good based on like the number associated with it. But if you were to just see it in isolation, somebody just playing with space in a canvas, would you deem it to be bad art in isolation? Probably not. And then where there is a ladder, there is also a snake. Dear, dear. With the eyebrows. They're the hard part. Sure. You can say that some art is more difficult to perform than others, and you can celebrate that difficulty for sure. But to say that it's more or less art based on the difficulty, I don't know. It seems weird. Because there can be people that can execute really difficult to perform artwork that's very technically good, but it's incredibly empty and it says nothing. And those works tend to hit me a little bit not as hard, you know? It's people not eating their vegetables and trying to get away with it. If people are claiming that their fundamentals are solid and they're not, I don't see there being an issue with you calling out that. Surgery was a success last night. Hey, glad to hear it, bud. Good. I hope the road to recovery for her is speedy. Hope it doesn't take too long. Appendicitis sucks. Sometimes your body just goes, you know what? This organ, bad now. Of course. If someone skillfully cuts out magazines and essentially scrapbooks a cool looking piece with intent, essentially saying they didn't take the photographs or draw the layer elements, so they're bad at art. What I'm trying to allude to is like there are multiple avenues to pursue art through. You can have opinions, but I deem it to be a journey that's very personal. So, like, if somebody's going about art in a way that you don't agree with, I think it's fine. You know? Unless the hacky bit comes in, where they're claiming something that's not true. Or, yeah, at that point in time, hack and slash away, you know? The money laundering side of art, most of the how the hell is this so expensive art culture stuff, yeah, is absolutely a part of the industry and a lane to choose. Don't knock it as in a capitalistic society, but it's also the same type of eye that you have against the Dada movement. How it's viciously offensive. It's just whenever you personally plant your flag. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how I feel. Where, like, I might disagree with methods of expressing art, but that's why I've chosen the avenue that I have, because I have opinions, right? Just because people have chosen different options to me, it doesn't mean that they're less legit. They might be less legit from the perspective that I'm looking at, but I kind of need to caveat all of it with, from where I'm standing, with what I value, with what I'm looking for, I don't like this art as much, or it's not as good, or less effort has gone in, or whatever. But that's from all of those prefixes, you know? Willingly foregoing their fundamentals just doesn't compute to you. You're sure it's possible, but you don't think you've ever seen it firsthand. That's fair. I've followed the journeys of a lot of artists who have not pursued their fundamentals and have developed them in a way that is unique and tangential to like what we consider to be like conventional fundamentals. Here, I'll find an example for you. Like Kim Jong-ji. I've never actually said it out loud, but he passed away a couple of years ago. He was an incredibly like affluential Korean artist who never studied the fundamentals of perspective and would intentionally do it incorrectly. But his artwork was amazing. So that fundamental just didn't exist for him. He didn't develop it. He developed his own version of it in a way that was incorrect, and he ended up with really unique artwork. Are easier ways to launder money than art. That's pretty much the myth. There are easier ways, but it still exists. Art is literally anything and everything. Once it becomes about selling a product more than making a product, then you believe it starts to die? Yeah. You can choose not to use a skill that you don't have, but you just don't find that meaningful or very honest. It's when you have the ability to do something, but you say, no, I'm doing the other thing. That is a choice. I get that. But that's like an opinion thing, right? Like I'd say that the artist that I gave as an example chose not to develop a skill and chose to develop a different skill instead, and I'd say that that's a choice. One of the flags that you plant is that art created in art therapy should not be sold. It's not the intention of the work that you absolutely cheerlead for art as therapy, but it's a time and place, just like the similar ethos of graffiti artists shouldn't practice on public walls. It's for finished pieces. Yeah, no, I could agree with that. Your neck is not doing okay? Yeah, go. Look after yourself, bud. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with your opinion, Digi, but all I'm saying is that it is an opinion. It's what you choose to value, and that's completely fine. that you're skewed just as I am. Support ourselves selling our art for pouches of gold. Yeah, I mean, we gotta. There's always going to be a bit of complexity to it when it comes to the morality of art when people are making money off of it and buying it and stuff. Like, the truest art is always the art that sells for nothing, that nobody's interested or whatever. Like, you know, I don't find it that compelling to find the holiest then thou spot to stand on. Little do I know, you've never sold art. Well, there you go. So Cherry's the winner. Partner holds very different stances. She doesn't sell her art, but we both hear each other out. Yeah, exactly. Boom. So yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? You sold one drawing. Morally bankrupt. Again, yeah, exactly. Like, again, some people could have that opinion of, if you sell your artwork, you are not an artist, or if you sell your your artistry, you are a hack or whatever. That's fine. That's an opinion you can have. I disagree, but at the end of the day, my opinion isn't the be-all end-all of it. The thing about choice is it not true? If you don't understand perspective, then drawing with wonky perspective isn't a choice. It's your only option. It depends where your decision is made, right? Because you can decide not to. Like, for example, I would say that an artist who exclusively works in black and white isn't less of an artist that works in every color. Because that artist might not be able to work in color because they haven't trained that as their MO. That's fine. I don't consider them to be any less of an artist. I'd consider them to be a less flexible artist. I'd consider them to be a less well-rounded artist. But those are like filters that I'm putting over the statement. Would I consider them to be a good artist? Yes. Would I consider them to be a good flexible artist? Maybe no. But that's fine. They're not going for flexibility. They've decided not to be flexible. That's a choice. Decided not to do a thing that you can't do. This doesn't seem like a decision to you. You're looking at the decision in a certain part of the timeline. You're looking at the decision when they're putting pen to paper. I'm identifying the decision earlier in the timeline where they've decided not to put skills in that particular part of the skill tree. Try giving artwork to someone else for free. See how they take that offer. Yeah. It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to just go around giving out prints for free, I suppose. You would be truly holier than everybody. Don't understand why selling your art is hacky or immoral. The argument is that it loses its purpose at that point. It goes from a point of expression to a point of monetary value. And people can deem that to be like betraying what the art is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a product. It's supposed to be a piece of humanity, you know? I understand the argument. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. If you can use your skill and make people happy while making money, like commissions and such, it doesn't make you any less of an artist. That's my opinion. But other people find that person is more along the lines of a factory worker than they are an artist, because they're not working on expression. They're working on delivering a product. I don't agree. I don't see the world through that lens. It exists. It's an opinion that exists. For some neurodivergents like yourself, selling your artwork is only a viable option. Not capable of working a traditional job. Yeah, that's fair. If making money off art doesn't make you a real artist, then damn, there are very few real artists in museums. It becomes, in my opinion, it becomes obtuse very quickly. I don't find I don't find the value in going through and nitpicking like who is artist, who is not real artist. At the end of the day, I kind of, but that's me, right? Because I'm a hermit. I tend to just sort of hunker down and just focus on whatever I'm doing. But hey, if it's a discussion that people want to have, by all means, like, go for your life. Godspeed. I'm the character in the book who spends 30 years up in a mountain training like one particular skill and is like very good at that one particular skill. Knock on wood, after 30 years, let's hope that I'm good at one particular skill at least. But yeah, that's sort of my aspiration. I'm not too fussed at what's happening outside the mountain when it comes to like what is real and what is not real in terms of art. Your 2 cents of using underlayers or tracing, you see it no different than Da Vinci using his magic eye machine. Also doesn't make you less of an artist. Also know that's a hot take. I disagree with that take in the sense that like blatantly taking other people's stuff is a bit gross in my opinion. But then again, there's always going to be nuance. There's always going to be nuance. If it's a if it's a commentary, like some pop art can be kind of like that, where they use other people's artworks to talk about art in a holistic sense or their particular art or whatever, it becomes complicated. But if you're tracing other people's work and you're saying like, I've traced your work and then I've added a couple of extra things and now it's my work, I kind of disagree with that. But that's just me. Talking about photo references that you've taken yourself. Oh, if you've taken the photo yourself and then trace and then I'd consider that to just be part of your like non-traditional process. I don't see there being an issue with that. But if you're claiming that you're doing classical portraiture and you're tracing, now we run into like a little bit of a like a definition problem. Famously, the people who tried to decide what real art was were not great guys. Yeah. Realistically, would I rather give my art out for free or for a bit of money in a capitalistic country? If money wasn't a factor, I'd happily give away my art to people who just want it. But then again, like we're talking like utopia at that point, right? Portraits you've commissioned to do strict deadlines, thus need to employ an underlay. You label it as an illustrative portraiture because it feels more accurate over time. Yeah, like see, that's fine. It's only problematic if remember there was that one Marvel illustrator, the one Marvel comic illustrator who infamously traced a whole bunch of people's likenesses and told no one, to the point where straight up like Samuel L. Jackson's likeness was used. I believe it was the Ultimate line of Marvel Comics. Samuel L. Jackson's likeness was used for Nick Fury, to the point where somebody was like, hey Sam, check this out. And he's like, that's strange. I don't remember giving anybody permission to use my likeness in a comic book, and here I am. That I consider to be quite immoral. Tracing is not art, as it does not actually challenge your brain. You're not improving or working a skill. It's like cooking a meal, yet ordering takeout and presenting that you cooked it. I mean, it depends. It depends how it's used. If it's used as part of the process with things that you have taken yourself or whatever, that's fine. It's the same way as people using like 3D models and stuff to help with their perspective, or it's the same way that people use like they'll draw some things and then kit bash like an image together based off of like the doodles that they've done, and then use that kit bash in order to do the final piece. It's just part of a process. I don't know. Maybe I'm too flexible. I like flexible with my opinion on it, but I don't see it as being that big of a deal. My journey with art is a very internal one. Not one to check other people's homework. Take my break? Yeah, okay, all right. I'm taking my break. You guys should too. If you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around. I'm gonna go grab water and all that jazz. In the meantime, I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads so we don't have to deal with pre-rolls. See you soon. Yuppie. Have returned. I'll quickly just say, I'm enjoying the conversation, but make sure that you're treating other people with respect when you're replying. Okay. These are opinions that we're sharing. This is not like we're not attempting to tear other people down. Okay. Welcome back. You are calm, toned, and full of love. Good. But yeah, like I agree, Digi. I agree. Tracing takes less skill. It does. Like fundamentally, I don't think anybody would disagree with you, right? It takes less skill to trace to end up with the image that you're looking for. I don't think anybody is putting that up for debate. I think it's a case of what you value. If you're valuing more skill expression with the approach, then maybe that's not the type of art that you like. Maybe you are more likely to lean towards people who are doing pure execution on like line weight, and maybe you value people who don't use references at all, you know, because that's more of a truer sense of creativity in your opinion. Then maybe that's more the artwork that you lean towards even more, you know. Like there are degrees of purity that you can kind of lean on, right? You can be like, oh, this is the most pure, like the best technical blah 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 blah, this is the art that I value the most. Cool. But different people are going to value things differently, you know. If you trace a person, it's going to be 100% accurate. There's no room for interpretation outside of very narrow margins like line weight. Even a master isn't going to use a reference and get 100% for sure. And that's kind of what we're talking about, right? Where you value the skill and the artistry of doing something freehand, not direct. And that's cool. That's absolutely cool. And I think that's super legit for you to have that perspective of like, I value this more. I think this is better for me. I like this more. Cool. But I'd say that somebody who has the opinion of, I like how clinical it looks when it's super sharp and it's super sharp and like cut out-y, when that's the whole like traditional art versus pop art argument that was had 40 years ago, where is pop art legit? Because a lot of it is just like taking things direct and like using cutouts and tracing and silhouettes and I can't think of the correct term, but yeah, like that was a legit massive argument that was had in the art world heckin' ages ago, and there would be people that are still split on it. Like you might be of the opinion that pop art isn't art. That's fine. It's completely fine. But there are going to be people who have a legitimate argument on the other side. Similar to the conversation of beauty versus attraction. Many things are beautiful, but you're attracted to few. Yeah, it feels like similar degrees of nuance. I could agree with that. You could trace a circle and then use that shape to create a ball, a globe, or an eyeball. For sure. Digi's argument to that would be, please don't let me actually speak on your behalf, but just to quicken it a little bit. Digi's argument to that would be, yes, but it would be less skillful compared to somebody who freehands the circle to make the eyeball, and it would also be less like expressive with the artist not doing it freehand, because they might want to squish the eyeball slightly. They'd be able to decide to squish the eyeball slightly or to malform the eyeball slightly, and that intention Digi values, which is cool. I think that's legit. People literally are doing these things because they like it more and not primarily because it's easier. Then you concede, but your criticism refuses to accept that it's a possibility, which is fair. You've identified that there is like a thing that you're stuck on. I think that's legit. Like identifying that you're like, you know what, like Mentally, I just can't get past this. Cool. Everybody, we are all understanding that Digi is stuck on this particular thing now. I won't try and push you on it, because if you've acknowledged that, like, the way that my brain works, I can't really be pushed from this spot. Yeah, fair enough. It's one of those, people hate to hear it, but it might be one of those agree to disagree things. People don't like it because it's not satisfying. You don't come to like the correct, true, final conclusion on it. But life is too squishy to try and like fight to the death to find like the correct thing. There's also the variable of speed that comes into play. Can you do a portrait without any underlayers and have it be successful? Absolutely. However, can you do that with the tight deadlines that you often work under? Not a chance. Exactly. That's another factor that's at play. If X is required of you within Y, timeline, you need to complete X, and you've found a way that's easier and faster to get the job done. And I don't think that there's anything morally bankrupt about that. And it's not like you're not being transparent about how you're going about it. So just think that it's not fair that one would say that it's less valid when it's used as a tool. That's my perspective, is I don't consider it to be less valid. I consider it to be less difficult, but valid and difficult I don't put in the same bucket. They're different. I would say it's easier and equally as valid. You end up with different results, you know. Does it make you more skilled if you use a grid method versus tracing the basic shape? Maybe, but either way, you're still going to achieve the same result. Yeah, exactly. Like, I would consider it to be more skillful for people to pull off this kind of landscape without using the elevation grid. Cool. They are a more technical artist than I am. Sure. Tracing other illustrations, your pond scum, full stop. Now that's something that I feel that we can all come together and agree on. Yes, I would agree with that. Life is too short to be like my way or the highway. I don't know. I'm consider me to be like jaded and grouchy at this point, but I just don't care anymore, you know? I just don't care. I'm too old to care. Don't badmouth the elevation grid. Talking about where you put a flat grid over a reference. For sure. But that's still a tool, right? My elevation grid is a tool. It's a different tool. It might even be a more skill expressive tool, but it's still a tool. It'd be more impressive for somebody to pull off this without the tool. It would be more skilled, more impressive, you know, like all the good things, but I don't necessarily think that makes them like better. It's just more skilled, you know. Is X person more skilled than Y person? Yes. Is X person better than Y person? Not necessarily. One of the phrases that you're trying to live by is, I want to be correct, not right. Do you want to be right? Yes. But does the agree to disagree fall into the correct category more often than not? Yeah. Yep. Hand drawing the elevation grid takes a lot of understanding of perspective. The guy who doesn't need to draw it still understands it. And is more skilled at it, right? Because they don't require the They don't require the training wheels in order to get it done. They are a more skilled artist than I am. Also really tough because we're inside an echo chamber, in the sense that a lot of folks who aren't creatives couldn't care less, yeah, exactly, about copyright and thefts. Yeah. Obey is a super famous example that comes to mind. His logo is Andre the Giant, who was never given permission to use. Yeah. Still a giant clothing brand to this day. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's what I mean, right? Is it's gotten to a point where like everybody's morals are going to be slightly different. Everybody's like values are going to be slightly different. What I value compared to what you value. I've just come to terms with that, I guess. I think it's just a touchy subject for you. When you were younger, you 100% traced a lot of basic line work for your artworks, but using that tracing helped you develop your skills and ability to sketch those accurately as you kept practicing. Still had to use your own skills to render the shape, can't trace rendering. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. It's completely fine. It becomes the morality thing comes into play when you don't have the permission of the original photographer, if you don't have the permission of the original artist or whatever. That's kind of more where I have a little bit of an issue. But in terms of like how legit is it as a piece of art, I think it's completely fine. But like it's in his head. He probably already draws 1,000 elevation grids. It's just a step on the path. Sure, but I'm further back on the path, right? I am less skilled than they are. You think some other methods are not a step on the path? They are shortcuts that cheat you out of getting sick nasty with it? Sure, but yeah, I've got you. I've tricked you. You have identified that you value the sick nasty, right? Other people, not as much. There's a difference, right? You value the sick nasty the most. Sweet, completely valid. That's awesome. But other people value the sick nasty less. They might value the feeling, or they might value the cool, or they might, you know, there'll be different things that different people value. Wait, thank you. You never claim to value anything else. For sure. I think the issue is more when you tell other people that they should value the sick nasty. I think that's where people might get a chip on their shoulder. Does that make sense? For those not initiated, what does sick nasty mean? The sick nasty refers to what is considered like traditional art fundamentals. So you're looking at line, shape, perspective, color theory, form, all of the usual stuff, all of the usual suspects. Digi values having developed all of these to their highest potential, which I think is completely valid. But other people would look at it differently. Other people don't necessarily care about how flexible or robust of an artist the person is. Some people might just value the fact that that particular artist is really good with contrast. All of the other fundamentals might be lacking, but other people might value the fact that that person as an artist is like an incredible contrast artist. That's it. That's what they like the most. I think that's completely fine. People must value what you value, otherwise how can it remain valuable, since value is created by belief? Your belief. You value it, therefore it's valuable to you. Boom. Easy. Solve. Something that you're caring more about as you progress. The more you learn, the more you want to learn. Exactly. Right? Welcome to my side of the argument. I don't care. I value what I value. Frick everybody else. your brain hurts too much for that kind of thinking. Your belief isn't strong enough. You need everyone to believe in your step. No, I believe in you, Digi. You got this, bud. If anyone has a strong self-conviction, it's you, bud. You've got it in droves. Na, 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 na. I believe in you. I do. I do. What do we think of this landscape? Give it in the third quarter. I reckon this landscape has very good bones. Really like that it's got a slight tilt. I like that it consistently has a slight tilt. Derivative. You please tell me that you're wearing a beret, and you're swizzling a martini glass as you said that. Please tell me that that's true. Please. One con that you have to check yourself on regularly is doing projects that you're not excited about, because rent needs to be paid. Just have to frame it for yourself at the cost of admission, in the sense that you do the project that you're not thrilled about to give, yeah, exactly, to give you fuel to then go into things that you do care about. Yeah, 100%. Can't hear you over the turtleneck sweater. It's too loud. It's too loud. My ears. Actually love it so much. The colors are harmonious. One thing that you really need to challenge yourself with is learning to work with colors. Colors are heckin' fun. Colors are my favorite thing ever. I highly recommend. This is an exercise that takes a couple of minutes. It takes a couple of minutes. Take a picture. So just for argument's sake, we'll take this one. I know it's my own thing, but it's just the thing that I have on hand. I'm sorry. Take an image like this. If you go, I really like how the colors are interacting with each other in this one, what you can do is take another layer, take a new layer, go around with a paintbrush and sample. Go, okay, I grab that, I have it as a little bit of a sample, grab that, put it as a little bit of a sample, grab that, put it as a little bit of a sample, grab this, sample, this, sample, and go through and identify all of the colors that are in the piece that make it work for you, that make it pop. Once you identify all of these colors, you have assembled a little mood board, a little color feeling board. So it means that if you want a piece that feels like this, grab these colors and work with these colors. You can do it with this one as well. Grab a new layer, go through, sample, grab this one, grab this one, grab this one, and you end up with a charcuterie board, a little sampling plate of all the colors that really pop. And you go, sweet, if I want a piece that looks and feels like this, I'm going to give myself access to this board of colors. And you'll end up with, it might not work perfectly, but it gets you in the ballpark. It gives you the color feeling. How you use the colors beyond that, sure, that might take a little bit more time of scratching your head over it. But you can go around to any of your favorite pictures. You can be like, I really like that screenshot from this anime that I'm watching, or I really like that scene from that movie, or I really like this painting, I really like this concept art, whatever it happens to be. Grab that image, color sample through it, assemble a little charcuterie board for yourself, and go, oh, delicious. Okay, cool. I'm going to use this board of colors on a piece that I'm working on, and I'm going to see if it works. It oftentimes does. It oftentimes does. Would I do that with a digital image that I've created, or could I use an existing photo and sample this? Because you can use it with literally anything. Your turtleneck is covering your your mouth and your eyes. Ah, true creative purity. You are subject only to your imagination. Yeah, no, you can use it with anything. So this hurts my soul a little bit, but I can. Yeah, okay. Let's grab one of my pieces, I guess. Not that I would call any of my pieces good, but let's grab, I don't know, this one, I guess. Let's grab this horrendous one. You're off. Hope that I have a wonderful and safe trip, full of love and memories. Miss my face when I'm gone. Wait my return. Thank you, bud. Thank you. I'll miss you too. I'll be active on the Discord, but it's never the same. It's never the same. I eagerly await my own return. Not how that works. Look after yourself, bud. Have a good day. But yes, you could take a piece like this, add a new layer somewhere up the top. You could go through color sample, color sample, color sample. And you end up with a palette. You can then use that palette on a new piece and it will give you the ambient feeling of this piece. There's more to it than that in the sense that I can go through it now. It's Thursday. We're doing teaching stuff at the moment anyway. This piece isn't just colors, bam, colors. It's not just that. It's also, it tends to be ratios. So you go, okay, what is the ratio of orange in this piece? Orange is taking up about 40 to 60% of the palette, more or less, squint, whatever. Cool. Red. How much of the piece is taken up by red? Okay, we're looking at closer to like 20 to 30% red. Cool. So like 60% one thing, 30% the other thing. We've got 10% left. What's the last 10%? We've got this lovely sort of aquamarine like cyan color that pops for that last 10%. That's kind of the thing that completes the recipe, is you have like a stable of colors, but then at the end of the day, generally speaking, you want a 60-30-10 split across the canvas. What this does, it balances the colors out and makes sure that you're focusing on the things that you want. So what do I mean by balance? Balance helps to break up the image, because if you just have one color across the entire thing, monochromatic things can work, but if you just have one color across the entire thing, it can feel a little bit samey. So 60 for the thing that you want to be the majority feeling of the piece, 30 as the thing that cuts through and gives you a bit of color variety. And then that last 10% is your feature color. This is what you want the audience to be looking at. So in this particular instance, I want the person looking at my painting to look at this impact zone where the tentacle is hitting the wall. So I put my feature color there. I also want the viewer to be looking at the eyeball of the octopus to kind of identify what the character is in the piece. So boom, I put my feature color there. So 60%, I want orange to be the overarching feeling of the painting, because I want this feeling of turmoil and sunset and warmth. Red to break it up a little bit, my 30%. Turquoise is my feature color. Look at these things. The palette equips you with like your feeling colors. You can break down the feeling colors even further to kind of understand why the feeling colors are making you feel the way that they are. But yeah, if you want a general palette to work to, color sample things that you like. Then when you've got your palette, use the 60-30-10 rule. I hope that wasn't convoluted. It feels convoluted. Apologies if it was, but hopefully that kind of communicated why color is important in the way that it is. Welcome to a Harley class, where he kind of bumbles his way. I mean, you did say that. You did say that I'm quite good at bumbling. It's true. It's true. Made sense to you? Hell yes. Okay, sweet. I've somewhat communicated my thoughts. Also, post-lecture question, when can you buy... I'm looking into a service at the moment called... where is it? InPrint, INPRNT, which is a third-party print producer. Because I've kind of reached the conclusion that I can't stay on top of it myself. My intention is, as soon as I get back from the wedding, as well as a million other things, I'm going to start on that proper and get that off of the ground. And as soon as is, in the same way that my PO box is now available in the Discord, I'll make you aware as soon as it's off the ground. Definitely made sense to you? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You don't have to harass me for 12 more months. It's underway. The ball is rolling slowly but surely. It's on its way. Thanks for explaining it. Of course, of course, of course. I'm self-conscious about my knowledge because I've learned everything that I know in incredibly desperate, like I suppose desperate as well, disparate methods. So like I've picked up little things along the way. So I worry about how cohesive it all is. But hearing that it was presented in a way that was at least somewhat understandable is reassuring. I will hopefully in the future be able to present more stuff that kind of makes sense. What's my favorite kind of environment in fantasy? Volcanoes. Volcanoes, hands down. They're so good. The colors are so poppy. Volcanic anything, lava, magma. I love the contrast of me. Yeah, I'm a child. Yes, of course I am. Correct. That is true. You ask me for an answer, and I provide you with one. You can't complain about not liking it. Of course you can, but still. I suppose it's at the tip of my tongue because I've never really been able to pull it off. I've tried a couple of times to make the volcanic look work. I always scramble the eggs in one way, shape, or form. Whereas some of my more like traditional favorite, whatever. So you're looking at your forests. I have done a few that I consider to be fine, like okay. Whereas I don't feel like I've reached that point with volcanoes yet. Volcanoes are understandably awesome. You yourself love to see a desert in fantasy. That's fair. That's fair. Like in that same sort of line of thinking, I really like... A lot of people think Dune is visually boring. I disagree. I disagree. I find it to be really cool. Going back to my color lecture, I think you could apply that to your yarn dyeing in the future to create balance and interest. You absolutely could. You absolutely could. Because here's the thing, it's not just like it's not a vibes thing, because because it's something that does actually play out from formula to canvas. It does carry through. It works in photography, it works in sculpture, it works in everything. And here's a cheeky little secret for you as well. I hate to present it like that, but hey, here we are. It's the world we live in. It's not just color. It's not just color. It also works with form as well. You can apply 60-30-10 to form as well. Like this thing is taking up 60% of the canvas. This thing is taking up 30% of the canvas. This tiny thing, this 10%, is taking up 10% of the canvas, and it works in the same way. It works in the same way. It's heckin' good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have a need for speed. That's so good. That's so good. Welcome in. How you doing, bud? Need for speed. Please tell me that you've baked bread before. Please, can you? Hey ho, how you doing? Please tell me you've baked bread before. to like complete the name. Kneading dough. Well, I suppose kneading isn't necessarily always baking. It could be other things. You love to see a lost desert city in fiction? Yeah. Yep. If you're familiar at all with Destiny, the universe of Destiny, the video game, there's a place to do with related to these people called the Nine. I'm not going to go into detail because it's convoluted and all that jazz. There's a location to do with the Nine that is essentially a big desert that has a bunch of shapes jutting out of it. I love that aesthetic so much. It's so good. It's one of the few times that they've actually delivered on like truly beyond human understanding kind of vibes, which I like a lot. You work in a bakery too? Excuse me, no, that can't be true. That's so good. That's so good. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the reassurance. The cheese isn't great on its own, too dry because of the decreased fat content, so probably better to grate it over food. Darn. Is the flavor good at least, right? For full context, so that you're caught up to speed. That wasn't intentional. I swear, hand on heart, that wasn't intentional that second time. Today we're working on a bit of an art trend that's been going around recently to do with topography, with landscapes, to show different elevations of like the ground, right, as it ebbs and flows. I've always struggled with my perspective and topography specifically, so I've been looking for methods to improve. And this method has come about recently, where people will start with a perspective grid like this. They'll establish a horizon. They'll identify their 2 points, so 2-point perspective. Then they will do little elevation lines from each of the points on the grid, and then they'll connect those elevation lines to then create the topography of the landscape. So we're giving it a go today. This isn't a piece that's, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to say like, oh, this piece was inspired by my great. No, like it's not meaningful in any way, shape or form. It's just a trial run essentially of the technique. And I'm pretty happy with how it's come about. The slant of the camera is super consistent across the board, which I'm really liking. And I've ended up with a landscape that's far more dynamic than what I'm used to, because a lot of my landscapes tend to be very flowy, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm wanting a little bit more variety. So I've ended up with something that I'm quite chuffed with. Very professional here. We try. We try. It's cheddar cheese, you guys? You prefer melty cheese? Yeah, okay. Let me know if it does work over like using it as a graded product. Hit 9s, thank you. Oh no, Jojo. It's tough. We all sink down here. Float, the other one. Yeah, no, quite a few of us have ended up in the pit today, so you got wonderful company. How you doing, Jojo? How's your day been? I also like that I can bring up the grid again to add more elements to the canvas and know that they'll be consistent with the perspective. Because I can always go vibes based. I can always do it. But I don't know that I'm being accurate for sure, you know? Whereas this way, I do know for certain. You dance around the pit, but strong winds push you in. No. You're gonna go get ready for a walk now. But yeah, have a safe flight tomorrow. Thank you, bud. I appreciate it. Oh God, yes, it is. It's been 4 hours. Frick. You're fine. Oh, good. You know who's not fine? That's tough. How you doing, Notcha? How you doing, bud? What is it today? And you know what? Cheeky last little quest before I head off. I gotta leave you guys with something. There's something. 10 days. 10 days of nothing. 10 days of the pit, apparently. That's so fitting for what you're gonna talk about from your game. Oh no. The winds are strong. The winds are strong. You have good company in the pit, like literally half of the tavern. Shiny with the 14 after the 20 before. Good lord. Started working on the wave whales. Ooh, hell yeah. Tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow will be better. There you go. Tomorrow will be better than the pit infestation that we have today. Did I decide to put a tilt on this piece because I'll be flying soon? Perhaps subconsciously. That was not the intention. That's very funny. Pit festival. So the eye thing and open them up big. Yeah. I've been known to glare. You wish to extract a decent shard from one of the ribs in the desert? Not with a 7, unfortunately. But you have started to shift it with the 20 from before. Best thing is, you were just thinking about how it'd be funny if you rolled a 1 today. I mean, ask and it shall be delivered. Eventually. Welcome back, bud. Ooh. The 18. How'd you go? Did you win? All right. I'll leave it there for today. I reckon this was a smashing success. Smashing. Like, in all honesty? In all honesty, absolute smashing success. We set out wanting to try topography. I would say that this is topographical. I would say that there are ebbs and flows to this landscape. It feels very natural. One show has ruined 2 words next to each other for the end of time. It's done the job. Yeah, I reckon. Quite the spirited bit of conversation tonight, alongside a great fundamentals practice. Stream was dedicated to you. I appreciate all of you being adults. I appreciate all of you, like, treating the situation with, you know, with the tenderness that I expect of you. Good. Thank you. I am proud. One more day, Marley. I know. One more day. You got this. You want a couple of games? Started playing through a bit of Subnautica again to get ready for Subnautica 2 tomorrow. Hell yes, that's awesome. I keep forgetting that it's tomorrow. Good luck. If you do play it tomorrow, good luck. Able to discuss so respectfully? Yeah. Because there are so many communities that tear each other to shreds, and I hate that dynamic. I don't want it to be like a dog eat dog, like rip each other's throats out type situation. But at the same time, I don't want it to be a case of, well, we can't tackle any sort of serious subject matter ever because of the risk of it, you know? So I'm pleased to see that we could all be, you know, sensible. Yeah. You have the tenderness of a tenderizer for putting up with it. Just want what's best for the chat. Of course, did you? And you, as much as you claim that you don't accommodate, I could tell that you were still playing ball, which I know very much so appreciate. Mahali's a father. Yes, I'm a streamer father. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. As I've said for a while now, this is my last stream for a little bit. I'm going to be away for 10 days. But after that 10 days, I'll be back perma, okay, for at least the next 6 months. So we should be quite comfortable with the usual routine. We shouldn't stray from it too much. Please look after yourselves while I'm gone, okay? I don't want to hear that you guys have injured yourselves or done anything too silly. Please stay safe for me. In the meantime, we've got an art fair going on. If you like the idea of doing a fun little art thing, especially while I'm away, we've got the monthly art fair. You can find all the details down the bottom of the Discord. It's pretty straightforward. Recommended me to someone today. Really? Thank you. I appreciate it. 10-day Tavern tolerance break. Something like that. I appreciate every single one of you. And I'll see you soon, okay? Have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Seriously, look after yourselves, okay? See you soon. Bye-bye.
This sucks. I hate going away. Why can't I stay here and do nothing?